Okay. Here we are. Look at those numbers as we get close to the end of the year. Oh, 1 second. Okay, let's try that again. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we are going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. And today we're going to be looking at this very famous painting by Werner Sallman, Jesus of Nazareth, otherwise more popularly known as the Head of Christ. And this painting is generally considered to be the most widely exhibited, purchased, owned, seen painting of all time, far eclipsing things like the Mona Lisa and the Last Supper and any other thing you could possibly imagine. But probably most people have never heard of the name of the artist, Werner Sallman. So we're going to take a look at the artwork, the name of the artist, or the biography of the artist, and we're going to do our best to recreate this most famous of famous paintings. Okay, so let's look at our plan for today. So if you're joining us after the video is recorded, you can use the timestamps in the timeline there down below. But if you're watching us live, as a few of you are so far, what we're going to do is we're going to start by getting the image onto the canvas. I'm going to show you how to do that. Then we're going to talk, we're going to stain the canvas with a little bit of color. Then we're going to talk about Werner Sallman and his life and the art that he created. We're going to do a little bit of an underpainting today. And then we're going to do the background, which is relatively straightforward, but there's still a few layers to do. And then we're going to do spend most of our time on the face, obviously. And I'm expecting about a 3-hour paint today. So that's where we'll be at the very end. So let's talk about how we get this painting. Or actually, and you know what? Before I do that too, consider liking, hit the subscribe button and the notification bell so you know when future videos are coming up. Today is not my usual day. Usually I do Tuesdays or Thursdays, but mostly Thursdays these days. Today's a Wednesday. So if you want to know when these videos are happening on off days, this is your secret to do so. And if you want to leave a donation to help support the channel and keep these episodes happening on a regular basis, please consider giving $1 to PayPal. You can use the super chat function here, just like Holly did. Speak of, well, well, not the devil. It's as we're talking about the portrait of Jesus today. But thank you so much, Holly, and Merry Christmas to you as well. So let's get into the painting. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to get this image. I've done an outline, a free outline that you can download, and I'll just show you what that looks like. So you can download this from the Dropbox, print it out on your computer at home, and then we're going to transfer this onto the canvas, and I'll show you how to do that here. So also, take a photograph of your artwork, upload it, or join our Facebook group and upload that photo to the Facebook group so we can celebrate your achievement. Anybody who has the courage to make some art, I think, is doing the world a great service. Jesus would approve, I'm sure of it. And so come celebrate your work and the work of other people here. Anyway, let's look at... okay... So there's a Dropbox link in the description below. You'll see that our most simple introductory episodes are at the top. And then these are kind of our more introductory episodes for beginner painters. and a little bit more complex ones are down below. I don't know, maybe this is not the best place to organize this. This is a little bit more complex, but it is here for now. So click in this, and if you want something way more complex, you can find, there's the Mona Lisa, and there's all sorts of other things down here, cultures from all over the world. So let's click in there, and you will see that there is 2 versions of the outline I just showed, and the original image itself by Warner Sallman. And you can download those and print them out on your printer at home, just as I've done. And then you can use this method that I'm about to show you to print it. So I've got my outline there, and I'm going to put this on a 9x12 sized canvas. I like these. I think this brand is great. I got these from Amazon, and I've used them many, many times. You want to check the price of these. They seem to go up and down wildly. Like sometimes they're just, you know, you get like 24 of them and they work out to about $1.80, $2 a piece. And then sometimes I look at it and they're like $150, which makes them like $10 a piece. You don't want to pay $10 a piece for these canvases. I don't think you want to pay $10 a piece for any canvas board. You can buy them at the dollar store, obviously, but I think these ones are just a little, they're twice as good as the ones at the dollar store, and if you can get them for just $2 instead of $1, then you're ahead of the game. Okay, so I'm going to use some carbon paper here, or you can use graphite transfer paper, same thing virtually. And then you can see that I've used this many times for many other episodes. I'm going to take it, I'm going to put it face down, right? You want to make sure it's face down so that if I make a little mark, you know, I can even do it with my finger, you can see those lines on there, right? It's a good idea just to make sure it's the right side down so that, because I can't tell you how many times I have done it upside down, and then, you know, you spend all this time doing the outline, you flip it, you take the tape off, and you go, oh, okay, I basically just did that for nothing. Okay. So I'm not going to do every single line. You'll see there's a whole bunch of kind of slightly faded lines on here. And those are just for, you know, where some of the shadows are on the face. Mostly what I'm concerned about is like the hairline, where it touches the forehead, and then the outside of the head. Everything else in there is going to get painted over. I mean, sometimes I find it helpful just thinking about how it sweeps down here. But I think that's probably pretty good for the hair. Let's get these lips. We're going to be doing a little bit of outlining here. I'm just also going to kind of quickly do his beard. Kind of just little lines. So rather than doing a whole bunch of little tiny each individual hair on his beard. And then these eyes. Okay, and then his clothing really quickly. Okay, so let's just, before I peel that tape off, let's just take a quick look. Again, you can see how I did the beard. Maybe I'm just going to quickly outline that. A lot of that information is going to disappear, so it's not worth spending too long on that. Okay. I like to keep that drawing handy so I can refer to it. Look at all the people there. There's Pascaline says, Joyeux Noël. Merry Christmas. I felt today's episode would be appropriate for Christmas since it's just a couple days away. This is the reason why there's a Christmas, although we could get into the whole pagan ceremonies that preceded Christmas, of course. But that's a whole other story. I want to try to keep today's, you know, they always say, try to avoid conversations about politics and religion. And so potentially we want to just try to keep things as positive as possible and not get into angry discussions about religion or anything today, okay? So let's go to our next step here. Okay. So we've got our outline on the canvas. Let's put a little bit of paint on there. Let's stain this canvas. I'm going to let you know the kinds of paint that I'm about to use. So this is like the brand of paint that I'm using. I'm not paid by, sponsored. I didn't get anything free. I've bought it just like everybody else. I use this paint, this brand, when I'm teaching in person, because I think it's the best bang for the buck, the best, highest quality for the lowest price. Is it the best quality? Is it the lowest price? No, but it's kind of in that happy medium where I think we can get really good professional quality art out of this material. And you're going to see I'm about to use this color, the Azo Yellow Deep. So I'm going to use that here in a moment. But if you don't have that paint and maybe you don't have access to it, you can use Golden. This is like 5 times the price for double the 25% better quality. You tell me if it's worth it. Liquitex, they have a professional and student grade paint. Winsor & Newton also. Artist Loft from Michael's Art Supply chain. Buzz, Peebo, Holbein, Daler-Rowney, Fevicryl, Nova Color, Chroma Color, but not Museum Color, because they put some white in the color. So again, if you notice that they're using, if you're not able to get a black as I can with the Amsterdam paints, let me know, because I bet you it's the same thing that Museum Color's done. They've used white as a filler. Okay, so now that we've established that, let's get some paint onto this canvas. It is a cold day here in Vancouver, Canada, where I'm filming this live from. And which is kind of a good thing for painting. It's like I find it harder to paint in really warm environments because the paint dries usually very fast. Excuse me. So colder environments are good, but it's colder. So I'm in all my thermal underwear here because my studio's in our basement. So, okay. So I'm taking this yellow and I'm applying it onto the canvas like this. Now, this is not, you know, Warner Sallman would not have used a yellow like this. This is my own little spin on things, and I've talked about this many times, but I just love the look of how this warm yellow kind of pervades the whole image and gives it that warm Kodachrome glow. I'm sure that Warner Sallman would have used a rusty red color. And so you're welcome to use like a red or a brown to do this. I think you'll find that the results are going to be very similar, if not virtually identical to to mine. As I've done many times, I've done episodes where I do two paintings side by side with different priming layers, or Imprimatura, as the Italians called this process. And there we are. Okay, let me just... Okay. So this is a particularly helpful technique for portrait painters, because you potentially would even leave a little bit of this color showing through untouched, especially if you're using a brown, or which gives you this kind of mid-value that you can go darker and lighter from. Okay. So, let me just see, before I move on, I just wanted to take a look at the original and see, is there... Yeah, we'll save that background layer for the next step. So let's talk a little bit about... Okay, so while this dries, let's talk a little bit about Warner Sallman and who he was, and the kind of the history behind this painting. Okay, so let me just see, are all these links, just want to make sure they get these links open. I had to reboot the computer right before we began, of course. There's always some technical glitch. Okay, so Warner Sallman is born at right before the turn of the prior century, in 1892, and lives until 1968, when he passes away at the age of 76. So he's born in Chicago, and spends kind of his early part of his life, majority of his life actually, in that area. I looked for a lot of biographical information on him, and it's very limited, surprisingly, considering how important he is, and how widespread the painting we're going to do today is. But so he's born in Chicago. His parents really encouraged his interest in art, and who were immigrants from Sweden and Finland, and of course they were also a deeply religious family. So he grows up in this very religious family, as also an interest in art, and that would have been an interesting situation, being someone who is growing up in a devoutly Christian household at the turn of the last century, and just when sort of the major avant-garde art movements that we know of today, like Cubism, Fauvism, Futurism, are really just getting going. Because a lot of those movements and a lot of artists 100 years ago were growing less and less interested in religious iconography and artwork. And many of, basically one might say the history of modernism is about exploring the artist's own interests and styles, and creating art for, we're going to say art for art's sake, as opposed to art for the sake of the church, or kings and queens, and noble men and women, and etc., right? So a lot of artists are kind of describing their feelings and thoughts, and as opposed to illustrating scenes from the Bible, right, or from other religious texts. And so I think it's, Sallman certainly wasn't the only artist who grew up in this time who was interested in Catholicism and Christianity, Protestantism. He was a Protestant himself, but I'm sure it would have been a deeply conflicted education, I guess. So he studies, he does evening classes at the Chicago Art Institute, while during the day he's doing apprenticeships with various different other artists. So he's putting himself through school while he's working and he's studying, and you can imagine like how, I mean, like art school 100 years ago is certainly different than it is today. The age of students has certainly gone down tremendously from where it used to be, but he would have found himself in classes where some of his teachers were much more conservative, probably more along the lines of himself, but surrounded by students that were, restless and very interested in what was going on out in Europe. And Chicago itself was also a major cosmopolitan art center. And so I just imagine that there would have been some very interesting discussions amongst himself, or, well, between himself and his fellow students and his teachers. And I imagine he identified a little bit more with his teachers than many of his other students at the Chicago Art Institute. One of his early teachers, Walter Marshall Cluett, who was a famous newspaper illustrator who traveled to the Spanish, or who was sort of on the scene of the Spanish-American War and creating illustrations that he would then send back, and those would be printed on the covers of various newspapers. Remember that, it was uncommon for newspapers to have photographs in them until, around World War I. So the role of an illustrator was very, very important for the spread of news, right? So he's studying with this artist whose goal is to describe reality in as faithful a way as possible. And again, that's, I think, something really important to think about, because that's not what a lot of his fellow students would have been, or and his fellow his peers in school would have been interested in. So he studies with him, eventually opens his own studio in I think it was 1915, and then he gets married, and his wife plays a major role in the development of his artwork, and it really encourages him to pursue art and to really express his passion for Christianity through his art. Because again, there would have been a lot of pressure to explore more personal themes and really describing a very specific internal vision, as opposed to trying to capture something that was a little bit more quote-unquote objective. So, let me see here. So the painting in question today is called The Head of Christ. I think technically named the Jesus of Nazareth. It's also called the Sallman Head. Originally began as a sketch in 1924, and I was looking for the charcoal sketch. I didn't find it, but I found there was another great link kind of telling the story that I don't have here, but that essentially he was studying. So he got his degree, or probably was a diploma back in the day, from the Chicago Art Institute, and then he starts studying at the North Park Theological Seminary, where was he was studying in a seminary. I don't think this is the one though. But so he's sort of gone back to school to study the Bible much closer, and he becomes the head of the local magazine that is publishing articles, faith-based articles, and the editor of the magazine is sort of asking him what is your, like, what are you doing here? Like, why are you, there's so many other artists, out there are more interested in, you doing cubism and futurism and all these much more wild, semi-abstract kind of forms of art. And, it's kind of unusual that you're here. And so he's like, well, I'm, very passionate about my beliefs. And one day I want to, like, make some paintings of man, I gotta find, well, I was going to see if I could find that link. You know what? I have to find this link, because it is pretty wild here. This article, I have it on my phone. I was reading it here, so let me copy that, because they have the, here we are, this conversation here. Okay, yeah. So Sallman later enrolled in evening classes at a Bible school where Dr. E.O. Sellers was dean. One Saturday afternoon, Sallman was called into the dean's office, and the conversation went something like this. I understand that you're an artist, Sallman, and I'm interested to know why you're attending this institute. Well, I'm here because I want to increase my knowledge of the scriptures, and I want to be an illustrator of biblical subjects. Well, that's fine. There is a great need of Christian artists. Sometime I hope you give us your conception of Christ, and I hope it's a manly one. Most of our pictures today are too effeminate. You mean to say you think Jesus was a more rugged type? More of a man's man? Yes, actually, according to the way I read my Bible, we know he walked great distances and slept under stars. He was rugged and strong. He preached in the desert, so he must have been tanned. And more than that, the word says that he set his face like a flint to go down to Jerusalem, so he wasn't soft or flabby. We need a picture of that kind of Christ, Sallman, and I hope you will do it someday. I just think that conversation is pretty funny. I mean, I'm sure it's probably evolved over the years. But I think this tells us a lot about both Sallman and the artwork that resulted, which has, is seen as sort of the archetypal image of Jesus as we know him today. And we'll take a look at some other versions here in a moment, but here's the, in the design world, we would call the brief. What he's being asked to do is to create a Jesus that is, when I look at the resulting image, he looks like he could be, a hockey player, or, during the Stanley Cup Finals, or the quarterback of a football team. He's this very handsome man. I've seen him described as the pretty Jesus. He's white, which is very important to note. He's also, basically kind of blonde hair, blue-eyed, very kind of like the boy next door kind of a look, right? And as opposed to, I don't know what sort of images this Dr. E.O. Sellers is talking about. I don't know how many effeminate images of Jesus I've really seen. But this idea of a guy who is kind of a bit of a tougher Jesus, apparently. I mean, I don't know how tough he looks in that picture, but, this image was reproduced hundreds of millions of times. And I thought there was where is it? In my research, there's some great images of the various different cards, because what they did is they reproduced this image as like tiny little like business card sized images that were given to like every single American soldier in World War II. They were distributed widely to like as many churches as possible, given away with Bibles. They were sometimes used as the cover on Bibles. They were given to YMCAs and community centers and like everywhere. And not only that, they were sold. So what we're looking at here on the screen here is the Warner Christian Resources, which is the copyright holders of Warner Sallman's work. And here you can buy posters of various different images that he created. Now, some of them I couldn't find really good high-resolution versions of them. So here's another thing too that I think is also interesting is after the image was produced, and one of the printers said, this is a very successful image. What would be a great idea is if you could make lots of other paintings that are similar and literally have the same, the face in not quite profile. This is a little bit more like a 3/4 view, so that you can also sell more images. So it's kind of, we see this version, which is maybe kind of looking down a little bit here. This is Christ at Heart's Door. We see this version, Christ at Gethsemane. How do you say that? Gethsemane. Well, I've heard that word, but I've never really tried to say it out loud. I've never read it before. Gethsemane? I'm pretty sure that's how if I remember my Sunday school. Again, you could see that same profile. And then here's the Lord is my shepherd. Again, all very similar profiles. This is also a very famous one, Christ our Pilot, also by Sallman. And this one, which I think is pretty cool, Thine is the Power. That, this is much more, this is done in 1957, and it really seems like a product of its time. Like, there was a sort of period of kind of by the late 50s and 1960s where there was much more of an integration between, modern art and Christian art kind of started to overlap, because they kind of went their own directions for a while during the time that Sallman created the head of Christ that we're going to paint today, and then they kind of come back again in the 60s. And there are a lot of very interesting paintings around this time of Christ and biblical scenes. I was also wanted to show a couple of other images. So this image here by Richard Neve is an artist's conception of what Jesus probably looked like, a much closer version to what we see in the Sallman portrait. And here's another one here by Biography that came out just a few years ago. So these are two kind of alternate depictions of what Jesus more likely looked like. Someone living in the Mideast 2,000 years ago probably looked much closer to this or this than this. This is a much more Americanized version of Christ. And I one of the things I would like to do is to do port versions of this in the future, to have kind of alternate versions of this very famous painting. So that we can continue these types of conversations, which I think are absolutely fascinating. Now, just see, most of the Warner Sallman artworks, besides the hundreds of millions of prints which exist, most of them are in the collection of the Anderson University in Anderson, Indiana, and there's, I think, like hundreds and hundreds of paintings that they have on display, or not on display at all times, but in their collection. They don't really have the best website here, so this is basically one of the only images. The images I showed before, but some of the other paintings in their collection are lower resolution here. But if you ever get the chance, I think it would be fascinating to go tour the collection on campus there and see some of these paintings up close. So, let me see. Anything else I just wanted to mention before we move on? Oh, this is another, well, look at this, again, a very small painting, but here's another. This is a giant mural that he painted for another church, which was on a giant roll and unfurled by a team of people and hung in the altar of the church. Yeah, I mean, again, there's not a lot. It's surprising considering, you know, it's not like he was hiding from view, but there's just not a lot of information on the web. There's probably some books out there talking a little bit more about this artist's life, which would be kind of fascinating to hear about what his impressions were of, you know, modern art at the time he was making this painting. Anyway, I think we should get to it. This looks like we're ready to paint. So, I'm sure also if you, now that you're aware of this painting and the artist behind it, if you start keeping an eye open next time you go to like your local church or community center or YMCA, Salvation Army, you are probably likely to see this painting on display somewhere, like on a frame on the wall, as well as potentially, you know, for sale amongst all the other art that they might have, because this is, again, one of the most reproduced images in human history. So, which is why I thought, you know, be particularly important work for us to cover when we're talking about, you know, important landmarks in art. Okay. Wow, lots of comments in the chat there. So let's get to it. So whenever we do a portrait, I think one of the most helpful things we can do is what's called an underpainting. Now, we do have an underdrawing, right? I called the image transfer at the beginning. And some people will just go right from our underdrawing and go and paint directly on top of that. That's usually what I would do personally. But I know that doing that kind of thing can be really difficult for many artists who are just kind of getting started. So I think if we paint a little bit of some of these lines and make them just a little bit darker so that they're more easily visible, then I think that's going to help. So I'll do it the way that I think I would encourage some of you to do it, but certainly if you want to skip this step, you're welcome to. So let's put a little bit of paint on the palette. What might be helpful to do is to mix like a black or like a dark brown, and then to paint over some, not all, but kind of the lines that we feel are most important to maintain a coherent composition. So you'll also see here, I am applying 2 of each color to my palette. I've got two yellows here, eventually. So let's just zoom out there. So we've got 2 yellows, 2 reds, and 2 blues. And this is called a split primary palette. And a split primary palette is super helpful because using this palette, we can mix virtually any color that you can see, except for a few select super saturated colors. which are very uncommon and really have very, you know, few uses, I would say, personally. Okay, so what are we gonna do? We're gonna mix a dark color. In fact, maybe I'm just gonna take a look at the original. Let's see what color we might want to use here. Yeah, you know, I think something approaching a dark brown, if not black, is ideal. Because we can see, like, these eyebrows are all really dark. You know, sometimes what we've done in Imprimatura, or not, underpainting with red, bright red, or orange, or green, because we can sometimes see those lines through the subsequent layers of paint. But in this case, whatever we see is very dark. So let's make a black. So to make a black, what we're going to do is we're going to take our cool blue, and we're going to take our cool yellow. I'm going to need more of that. Let's mix this together into a green. And then we're going to take our warm red, and if we mix this up, we're going to get something really dark. You can see those colors start to cancel each other out. They start to kind of go like into like a barf color or something, as they just become as those colors cross through the neutral core of the color wheel, right? And they're just all canceling each other out. So that's like a really nice black. And I will say, like, I do know that I kind of make that look easy. Because I teach these classes in person, and I know I see people really struggle with this step, and sometimes it's too green and too red or too purple, etc. As far as I'm concerned, it's not so important to get it perfect. And you know, actually now, as the more and more I mix this, the more blue it starts to become again. So just put a little bit more red in there. Just think about you know, what color it is, and then you want to use basically the opposite color on the color wheel to get there. Alright, so we started by mixing our cool blue with our cool yellow, right, and we got a green. And then the opposite the green is our warm red. You could use the cool red, but the warm red is going to help cancel out these two cool colors. The cool red is going to get closer to a cool brown. Anyway, so we mix that in, and it just pulls, by putting this in here, we're pulling that green into the middle. Now, of course, it can be quite hard to tell what your color is. It just looks dark. If you really want to know, you can just mix a little bit of white in there, and that white will tell you if it's a little bit green or purple. So again, I'm pretty close on there, so I think that's good. I'm just gonna wipe that excess paint off on my brush. And by wiping that paint off on your brush before you start to paint, it minimizes how dirty this water gets. You've seen me paint here sometimes for like 8 hours in one session, and I never have to clean my water because most of the paint goes on this old towel as opposed to going in the water. And also the benefit of that is there's just less paint pigment going down the sink that usually goes right out into the ocean afterwards, right? So it also helps protect our little fish friends, which many of us eat. And the last thing I want to eat is paint with my sushi. Okay, so let's get a small brush. Just getting a very small brush so that I can do some of these outlines. Let's zoom in. So, the outside of the hair, not so worried about that. His earlobe. Basically, I just want to have enough information here that if something gets completely covered up by paint, that I'm not totally out of luck. I can kind of, you know, use my powers of deduction to figure out where the line should go. Let's put these side by side. Oh, that looks like I forgot. There. Like, we're going to be painting a lot of paint right around these edges, around his head here. So, it's likely that I'm going to get paint over top of, like, this nose and the outer part of the eye. And I want to be able to find those details. You can see I'm kind of just, I don't care if this paint is a little bit sloppy the way it's applied, because so much of this is just going to get covered. Okay. And now I just want to get like some of these, the sweep in the hair here. Almost done. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to blow dry this so that, because I'm about to paint on top of it, and there's some ridges there. I was about to kind of smear those ridges away to speed up the drying time, but then I just remembered the whole point of doing this is so that I preserve these lines. And these lines could, I mean, we could have painted this with fluorescent orange and just tried to have like some texture there so that when I'm painting it, and let's say I paint over some of these lines, I'll see it through all of those layers. So let's mute this. Okay, so now let's move on. Let's keep this train running. Okay, so now that we've got the painting started, we've got some of this color on here, we got our underpainting so that we'll know where the face is underneath potentially other layers. Let's start putting in our background. And the background, thankfully for this painting, is relatively straightforward. It doesn't mean it's super easy, but depending on the way you want to approach it, you can make it as complex as you want. So we could just put in one big solid color here. You'll notice that there is a little bit of a gradation from kind of some darker browns towards some lighter browns on the right-hand side. So there's lots of different ways that we can do that. It's certainly easier to do a kind of graduated value from dark to light in oil paints than it is with acrylics, but it doesn't mean it's impossible. So one way we can do this is we could put a lot of paint on here on either side, and by doing that, what we could load this up with a darker brown and a lighter brown on this side, and then we can just sort of blend them together, kind of going right to left, cleaning the brush and bringing this back in that way. Another way that we could do this is we can do all one solid brown, let that dry, and then we could just kind of add a kind of lighter semi-transparent glazing layers over top and kind of fade it back. I'm trying to think what would be the best way for our purpose today. You know, I think what I'm going to do to try to keep this as simple as possible is do one solid brown, And then we'll just do a little bit of a glow around this side of the face. Because if we were to, let's say, do a lighter brown over here and then try to fade it, my only worry is that we might start really covering this face as we do that, and then potentially as we do that we could start losing details, and then I'm just thinking, you know, 2 hours from now the Facebook pages will be inundated with images of people who've lost the face of Jesus here, and we just start seeing kind of a blah of features. So I think we'll go for the simpler route, or some might say it's more complex. I would say this is going to be the more straightforward, simple way of doing things. So the way that I'm going to do this background is I want to put in a colder brown, because we're going to be using warmer colors for Jesus himself here. So we want, and warm colors appear to advance towards us, and cool colors tend to recede back into the background. So we want to make sure that we're using warm and cool colors to kind of really create that depth in the painting, despite the fact that the painting is, you know, it's not like there's mountains deep in the you know, in the horizon or something, but having those cool colors is going to help move him forward. It's very subtle, but it does work. And this is a technique that artists, you know, and this I've been using for, you know, 1,000 years, and it's one of the reasons why that we've got, you know, 2 of each. We've got a warm and a yellow of each, the reds, yellows, and blues, because that warm yellow is going to come forward, that cool yellow is going to go backwards. Okay, so let's make a cool brown. And I think this might also be helpful to see the difference between mixing my cool yellow and my cool blue and the warm red, which gives us this black, versus mixing the cool blue and cool yellow and the cool red, which is going to give us a brown. Okay, so I just need a little bit more cool blue. Well, actually, we're gonna need it all. So let's mix this up, and this gives us a green. You know, there's lots of different ways we can make a brown. I was thinking, often what I'll do is I'll start with my yellow and my red and mix an orange, and then add blue to it. You know, it's what do they call, 6 or half dozen of the other. You know, tomato, whatever gets you to the finish line, right? So let's take our cool red and add it to this mixture. Now, one thing we want to try to avoid doing here is having equal amounts of these colors. Because if we have equal amounts, kind of like what I've just done here, those colors are going to start canceling each other out, because they are close to being opposite from one another, the color wheel. So that is not a brown. This is much more of a purple, purplish green. It means we need a lot more red in here. So much so that if you're in a situation like this where maybe you over mix your colors, rather than just adding more and more and more and having this huge amount of paint, I'm going to mix it on its own, because technically I shouldn't have put, I don't know why I put so much blue in there. Blue will modify the brown and make it dark really quickly. So I'm just going to use whatever paint was left on my brush here and mix this together. You know, so again, these are the same 3 colors that got me this, but I'm just remixing it here. And that is I like this red, or sorry, brown that we're getting. How close are we to the original? Let's take a look. That's pretty good. Although, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to add just a little bit of matte medium to this paint. So matte medium is just going to make it a little bit more transparent. And that way, because it's sort of getting kind of dark. And I want my, I want this brown to be, you know, right now it's really I really like that color, but it's a little bit too saturated. And so we need it to be, we could add white and gray to it, but that's going to also dull that color down maybe too much. So I'm going to put some matte medium, which is going to thin it out. It's going to mean we're going to see a little bit more of the yellow that we applied to begin with there. And also will prevent it from getting too dark if we add just more and more black to it. And so that the yellow that we have on the painting right here is going to mix optically with this color. So I'm just trying to make sure I've got an even mixture here. I don't want a big pocket of medium, nor do I want a big pocket that doesn't have any medium in there. So we want to make sure that's as even as possible. Okay. This is like this is like chocolate. I had a hot chocolate last night for the first time, and I don't know when the last time I had a hot chocolate was, but ooh, there's nothing like sitting down late at night after you put the kids to bed and having a hot chocolate. So I think what I'm going to have to do here is a second layer of this. Okay, the paint's starting to kind of dry out on me, so just let that dry. It is a little bit more red than I was hoping, but that's okay. That's okay. Doesn't have to be perfect, right? So let's blow dry this, and then I'm gonna add a little bit more to it, or I'm just gonna paint a little more. I do think I'm going to add just a little bit more yellow back in here. Yeah, see there, it gets me a little bit closer to the color I wanted. Okay, let's just do that again. You'll see that it also goes on a little bit smoother. It's not quite as patchy. That's because we have that first layer. That's also because I didn't add any extra medium into this layer either, so. Okay. That's gonna have to dry. It's a little patchy again. So I'm gonna blow dry that again, and I'm just gonna put another layer of that on there. Now it's starting to get kind of darker, so I think I'm gonna put a little bit more yellow back in there just to kind of keep it from getting, because ideally I would have put that color first down, the one I just put, but hey, don't always get it right the first time, right? Okay. So I'm going to put a bit more yellow back in there. Notice how I'm kind of like brushing this paint right over some of those facial features, which is why we did that underpainting to begin with. That's going to allow it to be really nice. And so just a little bit streaky there. You know, that's the reason why it's a little bit streaky is just because as I was painting it, I didn't mix that paint in as thoroughly as it probably should have been. So what we have is sort of some of the darker paints coming in there. Now, I don't mind that at all. But does it look exactly like the original? Not really. Anyway. So we'll blow dry that one more time, and then I'm going to kind of lightly glaze and give it that little glow that this painting is kind of famous for right here on the right hand side. So we'll do that again. Okay. So before you do any glazing, you really want to make sure that this is as dry as possible. And I can see, you know, maybe you can see if I hold this up here, there's a few areas where it's still a little bit wet because I've got 4 layers of paint here. I've got 3 layers of brown and my warm yellow. I don't know if you can quite see. That's still wet here. So I'm going to blow dry that again. But if I was to start doing glazing right now, and I start kind of brushing this here, what was likely to happen is that that area is literally the paint, as I kind of blend it out, will just peel right away. And boy, oh boy, that's very stressful when that happens. So best thing to do if you're doing anything like this is you want to make sure that this is as dry as possible. Otherwise, the paint just starts to peel off the canvas when you're blending. So I'm just going to do a little bit more blow drying, but I thought it was important for you to see that because I've made the mistake of just being too impatient, and I'm like, you know, I'm on camera, I got to do it as quickly as possible, and then everything goes wrong. One of my favorite quotes, I say this all the time, but I'm not sure, some chef said it, but, you know, slow down, we're in a hurry. Right, which is like, you're like, what does that mean? Slow down, do it right the first time, because we don't have time to remake that dish, right? So slow down, make sure it's dry before you paint on it again, because you might be impatient, but the punishment for that impatience is a whole other host of problems, right? So I'm just going to do this a little bit more. Okay, that's better. I still think it might be a little bit wet under here. But you know what? I think I'm going to go forward, and if I do encounter a problem, then we can all have a great time watching me try to fix the painting if such a problem should arise. I knock on wood that won't happen, but it could make for very entertaining video. Okay. So what we want to do now is mix. Well, let's just see what color could we do here. We could just do. There is white. It is a little bit hard to determine what is. There looks like there could be a little bit of. Is that a reflection on like the paint, or is that actual white? I think it's white. So I'm gonna take my paint as we had here. I'm gonna add a little bit of white and more yellow to it. Actually, what I should do is take this and I'm gonna put it over here. So this becomes much more like a, not quite a Dijon, but that's kind of mustardy, right? So what I could do is I could glaze with this color, but it's going to be maybe a bit too subtle. So let's add a little bit of white here. Now that might not seem too light, but that is really light compared to that painting. All right, so you just want to be careful. Like, I think some people are like, well, I'm just going to go wild. And then you're like, ah, too much. Okay. Now, we've been using, I've been using matte medium for a lot of this. I'm going to switch from matte medium to another paint. And really the only three mediums that I use, well, four, I guess. The only four things you've probably ever seen me use in the past 250 episodes are these three things here. We've got a slow dry medium. So slow, let me just zoom in here. So the four things I use: slow dry medium, which slows the drying time down. That can be really handy. I use a heavy matte gel for really thick impasto, right? When you see really thick cake-like surfaces, that's what I use. You'll see me using matte medium to get that transparency and kind of just thin the paint out. And then lastly, and what I'm about to use, is glazing fluid. And this is satin glazing fluid as opposed to gloss glazing fluid. Satin is matte, so it's less shiny, and basically most of this painting is not shiny at all. So if I want to integrate this well into the background, I want to use something that's also not going to be shiny. If my paint was very shiny and I use this, then it would stand out as being a matte area. And so just want to kind of make sure you're matching them. Okay, so let's now take this. Here's my glazing fluid. And so what I'm going to do with my glazing fluid, I'm going to get my brush full of this fluid, and then let's take a bit of this color. The less color you put in there, the more subtle the results are going to be. And I would suggest you start with something more subtle until you kind of get your feet wet and get an idea of how this works, than just jumping off the deep end and getting really going too far. So the two things, so basically my zone of painting is going to be in this area, which is pretty close to that. I just want to kind of brighten this glow. We could go all the way up to the edge, but I think we'll just try to keep it. I could go all the way to this edge here, but I'm just going to try to keep it right around here. So the other thing I'm going to need is some kind of a blending brush. And this is an old brush that's perfect. And you can see it's sort of started to fan out. That's, you know, this works perfectly. A couple of other brushes you could use is like, what do they call this? I forgot now. Mop brush. So this is what a mop brush looks like when it's brand new. This is what a mop brush looks like after it's had a lot of use. And you can see it's basically just like an old brush that's been well used. The only difference is this might have a little bit of extra bristles that can kind of, little stray bristles. Okay, I'm gonna need, talked too much. So let's just get more paint on here. Do that again. So that's maybe, yeah, way too subtle. But I'm going to do this quickly because it's going to start drying, even though that it has, in fact, I don't even know if I need a blending brush for this because it's so subtle. So like the way that Leonardo da Vinci would have painted, for instance, like the Mona Lisa, he would have done like hundreds of these layers. Now I just got a bit of, got a hair in there. That's too late. So, you know, barely any change. And so, like I said, Leonardo would have done this dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of times, and slowly it lightens up. Between each layer, we want to let it dry thoroughly. Again, if it's not dry, we're going to peel up that paint. So you can see where it's really shiny, that's still really wet. So I'm going to blow dry that, and then we'll do it again. I think I'm just going to push the push it a little bit more so I get a bit more. So we're not here for hundreds of layers, you know, 4 hours later. That's good. Okay, so let's do that again. It's going to take more paint on here, and even just a little bit more white. I'd like to do this in maybe 2 or 3 more layers, so I'm not here too long. That's definitely much, you can see, much thicker. In fact, I'm just going to put a bit more in here. Okay, here we go, you can see. It's a little bit uneven. That's okay. We're gonna do a few more layers of it, but that's pretty good. Again, I might have pushed it a little bit further. I should have been a little bit more cautious, but that's okay. Let's blow dry that. Okay, let's do that again. Just gonna a little bit thinner. Remember, I don't have to add more white or anything in here. It's just because each layer is going to make it lighter and lighter and lighter, right? Okay, it's a little bit patchy. You can see it's kind of helped fix that a little bit. Little patches are gonna unfold over and over and over again, but that's just the nature of the process. Okay, so again, you can see how the outer edge of that face is sort of disappearing, which is why having a little bit of a thicker paint there is going to help me find the edge of the face again. Let's do... Oh. Taking a bit more, I don't want all that yellow, but did I put some of this in here already? I can't remember. The other thing too is you want to avoid having big gobs of this paint. You don't want too much on there, because then it's really hard to brush it out. That's getting pretty close. It's a little bit different here. He's got a little bit more red in there, but that's okay. He's got like a little bit more of an orangey quality. Mine's going to be a little bit more brown and yellow. But I'm going to blow dry that, and I think maybe just one more. And you can see as I'm going, I'm also getting smaller and smaller. I'm not going quite so broad out in there, right? Because I want the glow to be strongest right next to his face. Add a bit more yellow in there. I'm pushing it because I just want to go fast because we've been painting the background for so long. Okay. Okay. I might just do a little bit more there underneath the chin. So let's just blow dry that. Ah, I think that's good. We've got to move on, right? So, there we go. We've got our background established. Now, it's, you know, when we look at it side by side, obviously the color's a little bit different. It doesn't look super bright, but trust me, when we start getting this face in here, it's going to make this much brighter than it is currently. We just want that kind of glow to kind of just be kind of almost invisible coming off that side of the face there. Okay. Just, again, want to keep some of these brushes as clean as possible, and especially like your blending brush, right? Because now this is just covered with a bunch of dry paint, and if we just leave that out on the table, it's going to harden up and will ruin that brush for good. I also, at the end of the night, I clean all of these brushes with soap and water. So even though you see me kind of clean them like this, you know, I do give it a nice clean here on camera, but at the end of the night, before I pack everything up, I just take some hot water, you know, with my hand. It's not like boiling hot, and just some, I just have, what is that, Dr. Bonner's or something, I don't know what it's called, Dr. Boner, I don't know. This, it's like comes in a big thing, and I put a little bit of into some water, use a little, anyway, whatever kind of soap, even dish soap I think would work fine. I do have special soap that I use for brushes, especially with my oil paint, but I don't have that available right here, and I'm attached to the table with my lavalier mic. So anyway, blah 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 blah, let's move on. So so our next step is, our next step here is going to be now to start painting Christ's face. We've got the background well enough established. We could have spent, you know, another hour. Like if this was my painting that I was planning on exhibiting, I would have spent way more time, been way slower, a little bit more cautious on kind of just getting a nice blend out here. I would have used lots of layers of that glazing fluid. I wouldn't have rushed it as I did here. And even then, that still took me like 40 minutes to rush, right? So, but this is just for you to see kind of roughly how it works. So, let's look at the original. What we're going to do is mix a skin tone. We're going to start painting the face. We're going to have to kind of find where the edges of the forehead and the eye and stuff are again, because they've been obscured by these successive layers of paint over here, which is why, again, we put that layer of the underpainting underneath there. Okay. So far we've used a cool brown. We've used all cool colors in the background here. Now we want to use warm colors for the face. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my warm yellow and let's do this here. Take my warm yellow, maybe let's take a bit more of it, and my warm red. I don't want to overdo it. We mix an orange together. Let's mix more paint here. And, you know, we want to be careful we don't go too, You want to kind of just go slow here. We start with much more of a yellow, and then add a little bit of red, and then we're going to take just a little bit of blue. Instantly, look how that blue really transforms that orange, starts to turn it into a brown. You want to be careful about how much blue you put in there, because once it goes you got it too blue, then you got too dark of a skin tone, and then this would be more like what we would use for the hair. Okay, next we're going to take some white. And again, notice how I just sort of add a little bit. See how it goes. Add a little bit more. See how it goes. That's kind of orangey. And generally, I would say that that's like, you know, not really the kind of, you know, it doesn't really look too much like a skin tone. But, you know, when we look at the original, you know, that's kind of, it's not too far off. I think we're pretty close to what we would call the local color, right? I mean, my instinct, as I look at that, I think like, well, you know, I should probably keep on adding a bit more yellow to it because I want it to kind of lighten up and add a little bit more white. But when I look at the original, you notice that it's like, it's very orangey. Which, you know, I'm assuming is sort of done deliberately in order to kind of give him this kind of like really warm glow. So the other thing too I want to do is I'm going to put a little bit of glazing fluid in here. Just going to give it a little bit more transparency, because I've got some white in here, and every time there's white in there, it's going to cover up previous layers of paint. And if I do that, I'm going to lose everything I'd painted there. The other thing, and I showed this, when was it? When we were was it Mary Cassatt? And I was showing the 3 kind of layers of the face. The way that I'm going to do this is I'm just going to paint this whole color directly onto the face. Now, maybe before I do that, it's worth just taking a second to examine here where my outer edge of the face is. So I'm looking at this image here to see if I can build some of these details back. So you can see how far I really painted over top of the face there, right? And so part of this, I can see the texture of the paint underneath. Okay, so there's this big brush full of paint. But I'm just going to use a smaller brush to do this. So you could see how transparent it is because, you know, it's not obliterating everything that was there. Now I got to be careful, because if I make a mistake here and I go into my background, boy oh boy, that's a whole other problem, because trying to fix that if I go into my background that's a tragedy. So I could be pretty wild with that color as we went into the face there, but going the other way is not recommended. Okay, so I got a little bit of paint that I didn't want there, so I'm just gonna not panic, just get a little bit of water on a rag and just quickly wash that up. So it did brighten it, but that's also just because it's a little bit wet. As it dries, it'll darken back down again. Don't panic. So keep on spreading too much paint there. Notice I'm also painting a little bit underneath the beard, because of course there's skin under the beard, and if I've got a little bit of that skin color under the beard, then I don't have to worry about, you know, it being too opaque. Okay, so I'm just going to do that. I'm actually going to blow dry that, and we'll just do that one more time. Okay. Throw my big head in the way again. just get paint all over my face. I might have built that out a little bit much. That's okay. That should have gone in just a little bit, but that's okay. Oh, I forgot his neck. How did I forget that? Ugh. Okay, well. Never too late. Okay, I'm just going to do the exact same layer here for the neck that I did on the face. Before I move on, I want to make sure that they're all the same color. So this definitely looks like he's very tanned, which is one of the things that he was asked to do, is to create a very tanned Christ, because Christ walked through the desert, right? And I would say, so right now this is, I'm not happy with the painting in any way whatsoever, but this is because it's just a stage in the painting process. It's not, we're not finished. We still got plenty of ways to go here. Okay. Time to get a little bit more tea. Let's do the hair next. Just to kind of switch it up just a little bit. So, to do this hair, I'm going to take my warm yellow, warm red, a little bit more red now, and a little bit more blue. So these are the same three colors that created this. I had a little bit of white in there, obviously, but not that much, to be honest. Okay. just looking at this painting. Want to see, like, so that's kind of like here. I don't have to get this perfect right now, but if I can get pretty close, that's helpful. So I'm expanding a little bit outwards because as I see from some of the reflections that I was just sort of painting the inside of those lines, so just making them a bit wider. Now, again, I'm going to come in here and add a little bit of that hair later on, but we're going to build up to that. Let's also paint his beard here. I'm just going to soften that edge just a little bit so it's not that big hard line that was there. Okay. I will say I'm probably going to make his nose a little bit bigger at some point here, but we'll see as that unfolds. Okay, just going to clean a couple brushes here. Well, he's having a hard time drawing Jesus from scratch. Thanks a lot, Jesus. Very funny. Okay. So I'm going to quickly blow dry that, and then we're going to... Actually, you know what? Maybe even before I do that, I'm just going to make a little bit of a gray for this eye. So I'm going to take my white and this black. Oops. I want it mostly white, but just a little bit of gray, so I can maybe do a bit of a highlight. So it definitely looks, whoa, not all that great right now, right? But that's okay. It's just, most of us never see paintings in this stage. So when you see your own painting like this, it's like, what have I done wrong? This is a disaster. It's okay. Maybe before I move on, oops. Let's do some of this down here. So that looks like we've got... I'm going to take some white. I'm going to put this over here. I'm just going to take a bunch of white and red and give it this kind of a little bit of a pinky quality. Let's take a bit of brown. Just gonna paint this in here. What is that? Is that hair here? I'm a little confused what I'm looking at there. That hair coming down there. Okay, so that's hair. Let's... Okay. So while it might look a little bit funny right now, this is exactly where I want to be at this stage. Speaking of, just Paula's cold. Minus 33 in Edmonton. Oh my goodness. For people who don't use the metric system, minus 33 is basically too cold. Minus 33 in Fahrenheit. What is that? That is... You just stop function. Everything comes to a halt at that temperature. At least it should. Whew. Rub my hands in my pockets to warm up my hands. Okay. Let's, I'm going to move on to the next step here. Okay, so we've got our background established enough for my purpose. We've got our first pass on the foreground now. So we've got the basic colors in. And the way that I think of this is we've got our local colors locked in. Local colors are like the average color for each area, minus the highlights and the shadows. So it's sort of like your average color. So in this painting, you know, I've got, you know, this brown. It's certainly going to get much darker. And it's also going to get much lighter. On the face, it's a little bit kind of... Let's do these side by side. On the face, it's also going to get lighter. There's a few places it's going to get lighter. Right, especially right here and between the eyes. And it's also going to get much darker. Right on the forehead, nose, right in the eye. Right? So... And in the clothes, too, we're going to get lighter. There's going to be more white. But there's also going to be some darker colors, these greens and browns. So what we've done is we've got all the basic colors in place. And then now we can start kind of modifying as we go. So this is... you know, I basically, I want to try to rush as fast as possible to get to this stage. Because... all that other stuff is just sort of laying the groundwork for fine-tuning. Right, so now what we can do is... Where should we go? Do we do lighter or darker first? I usually just think, like, what are the most... Let's go darker, and then we'll lighten. The reason why is often if we're lightening, we might have a little bit of white in there, and that white, if we darken over top of the white that might be in the mixture, it can kind of, it sort of pops out a little bit. So we'll darken everything, and I think that'll also be more satisfying because we'll start seeing some of the details back in, let's say, the eyes and stuff. And I'm going to be using smaller brushes. I need to get some more of these guys, or I do have more of them here, don't I? Thank goodness I didn't just go buy a whole bunch more brushes Yesterday I was at the art supply store, and every time I go in the art supply store, I get like a craving to spend money on more brushes. And it turns out I've got, I think, everything I need here. So I was just looking at a few really small brushes for doing some of these like detailing work. Okay, so this was our local color. Let's get, there's two thoughts of this going, let's go darker, and then, so basically we can also use the color we use for the hair is going to work just fine for doing the dark areas of the face, but we need to make more of it. And there's a little bit of that actually on the cheeks. Maybe I'll just do a bit of that real quick before I... So that's a very orangey color. But, you know, I see it here, and while I've got this color mixed, you know, my warm yellow and my warm red, let's just go right in. And if I want, I can use a blending brush just to soften things. It's very subtle. I don't even know if any of that showed up on camera. Okay. I think maybe I'll start zooming in. Okay, that needs to be blow dried real quick. Let's do that a little bit more. Just get that cheek. Okay, let's mix this brown again. Let's take some more blue. Okay. Glazing fluid in there. And let's scroll down to his neck for a moment. So V shape here. Okay. So this is the first time in maybe since we began this painting where I start to feel a little bit better. I can start seeing, oh, okay, it's coming back again. That face is coming back. Because for a little bit there, you know, it's sort of like, oh, what am I doing? Uh-oh, Michael, I don't know about this. And it's just remember that that's part of the painting process. So let's blow dry that. Okay, let's just keep on going. Take this brown. Okay. So let's go the opposite direction now. Let's take our lighter color, our local color, and let's lighten it. So let's take some white and a little bit more warm yellow. Glazing fluid. So we're going to do a bunch of layers of this, but we're still just building it up to that stage, just looking for the highlights. So another thing that I'm doing, you know, is I'm looking at the original and mine, and I'm squinting my eyes. So like I'm pretending to sleep, and that helps me see the contrast of values between light and, which is the contrast between light and dark, and much easier when I have my eyes wide open. I just see everything, and there's a lot of details that become overwhelming. When I kind of squint my eyes, everything kind of goes away, and I just see dark and light. And then that way, when I have them side by side, I'm looking at it and I'm looking at mine, and like I can then more clearly see the shapes of the highlights and the shadows. Right? So when I do that, I can see, okay, that's starting to get pretty close up here. That's got to get much brighter. That's got to get much brighter. That's got to get much. So it just helps me see where are the areas that need to really get much, much, much brighter, and where have I sort of already got it to the brightness level that I want. Okay. Before I go too much further, let's just see this neck. Let's go back to the face here. So it's just going to be like a gradual progression of building these values. Okay, like I'm feeling pretty good about how things are developing. Mariano says, I would like to thank you for the course of 40 episodes. I discovered the channel just a few days ago. Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad that those are helpful. The drawing course has just exploded over the past little while, which is very exciting. So many people, it's the end of the year, and a lot of people are starting to think about, reflecting on the year and what they want to do this next year, and thinking about maybe taking action on some of those goals. And so that makes me really excited that people are thinking a little bit more about drawing. And let's do the hair. So where should we go? Let's go darker again. So let's take our dark brown. This time we'll take some of the black. Mix some black into our dark brown. Actually, you know what? Well, yeah, I was going to put some glazing fluid in there and This is going to get much, much darker, so don't worry about, you know, making this perfect. It's going to be really neat to see kind of some of these very subtle little bits of hair that are hiding in the shadows. Okay. I'm also going to take, well, it's going to take that color and put it right in between. Well, let's stick with the beard. Before I was gonna, let's just one thing at a time, Michael. Let's just slow it down. Let's put a bit of glazing fluid, a bit of this darker color. Okay. We're getting there. You know, it's a slow process, but we're slowly building it up. So, let's just keep on going with... Actually, you know what? I'm going to blow dry that. Okay. I think what I'm going to do next, I'm just going to darken, and then we'll do one more little bit of dark. We'll do a little bit more highlight, and then I'm going to start kind of doing some refining. Let's take a bit more of this black, go into our brown again. So get that jawline a little bit closer. So all of these are just kind of like interlocking shapes up there. Just trying to get those reasonably articulated, I think is good enough. Going to get a little bit, just take a bit of that glazing fluid and not even add new paint on my brush. I'm just going to use what's on there with that glazing fluid. Okay. Num, 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 num. Lolly says, your painting is looking great, Michael. Really taking shape now. Thanks, Lolly. Michael, do you have a fave think you like to paint, like portraits, abstracts, landscapes, or whatever, or just prefer mixing it up? I'd love to do a class on one of your paintings. I know you guys ask. Eventually, perhaps. I do a lot of landscapes. Landscapes is my favorite. Be really interesting to learn more about your style and background. Interesting. Yeah, we could. We could. I want to just move down here into this his shirt robe here. What should we do? Let's do some white and a little bit of pink. The robe down here, you can see he's done it quite quickly. Isn't lingered too long down there. Yeah, I don't know what painting I would do if I were to do one of my own paintings. I have to think about that. Okay, so I'm going to take some warm yellow and warm blue. It looks like there's a bit of cold blue in there as well. I'm just going to blow dry this here before. Mariano says, I'm still learning light and shadow. It was interesting to see the color drawing process in the drawing course. We did lots of, ooh, that's a bit, well, you know, I was going to say it's too much, but you know what? Let's just go with it. Okay. Let's take some of this cool yellow and white, blend that together. So it's just cool yellow, a little bit of white. I'm going to blow dry that real quick. And I'm just going to take more of this. Okay, what do I want to do next? Let's put some highlights in the hair. So here's our hair color. Looks like I'm going to take this color here. So this is just my warm red, and it was like some of my face color, skin tone. Maybe a bit more white. Just to speed this up along. maybe let's go up to here first. Okay, I'm also going to use this same color on his face up here. This is a little bit more of a slightly more red color as opposed to the kind of a little bit more yellowy stuff I was using earlier. Looks like this all here is much more of a yellow reflection or yellow light, so okay. I'm gonna blow dry that. Like another thing, for instance, like these eyes sort of looking up and in weird directions, that could also really throw some people. So if you're in a situation like that, there's no problem with like dealing with the face sooner and doing those details. Personally, I like leaving it till the end. Like it feels like it just all of a sudden comes alive at the end. And I know that I'm going to be doing more and more and more little work there, so it seems, for me, it's a little bit of like busy work if I just go in there and fuss around in there until I've got like the skin around it kind of sorted. Okay. I want to just go back into this hair now just with a smaller brush. And just refine this a little bit. Have to be careful about doing too many of those or I'm going to make it look like he's got gray hair. Yeah, I've gone a little bit too far. I'm going to do the same thing with black, though, here shortly. So I can always kind of mute some of these that might have gone a little bit too far. Okay, I'm gonna go back into my darker brown. Take a bit of that. Not my full dark brown, but just something a little bit lighter. And just add a few little wisps. I'm going to take this same color, and I'm just going to go back over parts of the hair just a little bit. I'm just going to paint some of these that looked kind of gray with just this light brown. I'm going to take just a little bit more warm yellow and mix that into my brown. Just to bring out some of the, that kind of golden, blonde kind of colors that are in there. And if I go too far, I can always just darken it back down again. So, not too worried about doing that. It's all of the kind of the layering of these colors is just what gives this painting in particular kind of that look of the glow and the complexity and I know we all want to be able to get a painting done as quickly as possible, but if you want it to look good, you got to put in a little bit of time. Okay, I think that's good. Now I'm just going to go back the opposite way, and I'm going to take some black. This is why, again, I make lots of this at the beginning, because I knew I would need it. Just going to mix my black into this. And then let's just go back the other way. In fact, actually, I'm just going to blow dry all of that so I don't get stamp my hand. Paula asks, are you going to switch to Wednesdays for good? No, this might be one of the only Wednesdays you'll ever see because I usually teach at this time, but it's holidays right now, so very rarely am I free on Wednesdays, so and tomorrow flying to visit the grandparents. Or my daughter's grandparents, my parents, in Calgary. So I literally won't be able to do a stream tomorrow, so rather than not do one at all, I thought, let's do one on Thursdays. Need to back out. I'm too close to that. Oops. Okay. So these lines are quite distinct. I'm going to glaze over them and kind of fade them in and out a little bit because they're you know, they look like some hipster surfer highlights, or you know, like frosted tip. Well, not frosted tips. I don't know anything about hair terminology, but they look too. It doesn't look natural enough. It looks much more stylized than his, right? We're still building up to that moment. In fact, okay. So we're getting very close. There's still a bunch of big things I need to do, but like the hair and really the eyes, and just sharpening things is what I'm going to do next. So let's go dive right into those eyes. Just as a quick little reminder, if you're enjoying this episode, you're learning something new, remember to hit the like button, notification bell after you hit subscribe. Take a photograph of the artwork you're working on and upload it to the Facebook group so that we can celebrate your work. And if you want to support the channel with a $1 donation, consider donating through PayPal or the Super Chat. Okay. So let's dive right into those eyes now. So I'm just taking my black, big scoop of it. I'm still using a little bit of brown and a little bit of glazing fluid that just keeps it a little bit more fluid. Because as today's gone on, you know, it's been about 3 hours since I've mixed this paint, and it's a little bit, you know, it starts to solidify a little bit. So start with this eyebrow. See, these also got just a couple very delicate little eyelashes in here. Actually, I'll paint that blue. So that's kind of like a cool blue. Yeah, made that a little bit too dark. Okay. Let's, what was I gonna, oh, let's do a little bit of gray. Okay. Put a little bit of white on those eyes. Move it up a bit higher there to make it symmetrical. Okay, I'm going to go back to my gray here and take a little bit of warm red. Get a little bit of a Okay, so let's just take a look. So we're getting there. We're getting there, slowly but surely. So, I'm going to blow dry that. I'm going to start doing some glazing with some darker stuff, and then I'm going to do the highlights on the face last. Okay. So let's glaze a little bit with black. Got glazing fluid. Oops, that's maybe a little much. Okay. Oh, and to answer your question, Lol. The question, Lolly said, did you glaze in the hair? The highlights in the hair? Yes. Yeah, there were glazing included in that as well. Absolutely. So I'm just going to darken in certain parts here. You know what? I'm going to just make that a bit darker. keep on darkening and darkening. So you can see there's detail in the darker parts of the hair, but it's not so bright anymore. Okay. One thing I wanted to do for a while is take some of this warm yellow. Just do a little bit of glazing. Ah! What is that? So just going back over a little bit of this face with that warm yellow gives it kind of a nice little glow. It's kind of might be going a bit too far with that, so let's just gotta be careful. And there's John pops in to say hello. Hi, John. Okay. Okay. Let's just keep glazing and darkening. Okay. Just get some water on that. And quickly too hard, just enough to wipe that off. Okay, and then I want to do a little bit of highlights in here. Also, so maybe I'm going to take some white and glazing fluid just to keep it, again, all this paint, you know, it's been 4 hours since, well, maybe 3.5 hours since I put this paint on here, so things start to seize up a little bit. I'm not sure what that means. ¿Cómo estás? Soy amigo. Or estás soy amigo. Yeah. ¿Cómo estás? Soy amigo. I think that's right. Right? I think that's good. I hope I'm just gonna say it's something good, positive. Okay. Now I want to go in and do some much brighter highlights. Let's take a bit more white. So this is our... we were using this as highlights in the past, but now we want to go even further. Actually, you know what? I should... I'm just going to blow dry all that so I don't... because I want to do a little bit of blending there, so... Okay, I need to go back in here and just refine that a little bit. Okay, I gotta remix my brown. Ah! Didn't dry my brush off after I got it wet. let's get a bit more white in there. Just going to blow dry that. Nose is obviously a little bit different shape. Okay, let's take a bit of red, more white. This is for this area here, so it's just my warm red, white, and a little bit of this warm yellow that I had. Let's get a bit more white in here. Let's keep going. I forgot to mention that a big celebrated part of this picture is that there's the appearance of this chalice right here, and then like a wafer, like the host, like the bread, you know, when breaking bread and then dipping it into the blood of Christ there. And so you can see his is a little bit more subtle than mine. I'm going to just soften that up a little bit here, but you be the judge. You tell me if you see like a chalice right here, right on his temple. So this would be like the stem, the cup up there, and the foot of it right down there. And then here's just some pure white. I don't think I put any glazing fluid. No wonder it's not blending very well. almost done here. Okay. So we're just about done, and I know it's a couple hours longer than I expected to be. I just want to do a little bit more glazing here, and then we'll wrap up. Okay. So. Paula says, it'll be a long drive tomorrow. I'm flying tomorrow. Yes, it would be a long drive from Vancouver to Calgary tomorrow if we were indeed driving, but thank goodness we're not. So I'm just taking some of my black and brown. Just want to blow dry that. Let's see these. Oops. Okay. I don't know. I mean, I could sit here and fiddle with this for much longer, but you know, we're pretty much at the end here. I'm sure there's some big glaring thing I keep forgetting to do, but I don't know. I think I can be happy with this. Okay, so let's okay, finally, here we are, folks. After a little bit longer than I expected, but I really got into it, and I didn't. There's no hurry for me. I'm on holidays, so this is how I like to spend my holidays. Let's compare these two side by side. Just before we do, however, just as once again a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and then hit the notification bell so you know when upcoming videos are happening. I don't usually do a video on a Wednesday, so this is a little bit unusual. So if you want to know when those ones are happening, hit the notification bell, take a photograph of your artwork, and join our Facebook group. Upload it to the Facebook group so that we can celebrate your achievement, and I can give you some feedback. Once a month I go through here and look at all the artwork, and I talk about it for hours and hours and hours, and it's all free. Having said that, if you do want to support the channel with a small donation, you're welcome to donate as little as $1 through PayPal, the Super Chat here. You can contact me through the website, my website, or the Facebook group. All of those work. So, how did we do? Let's go check them out here. Well, I think his nose could be, that highlight could be just trimmed down. I could spend a little bit longer there. Do I want to spend a little bit longer there? Let me see. Is this fool's errand here? Sometimes it's not till like this stage when I actually get a chance to kind of just step back and see it as it is. I think that's better. I mean, it's not perfect, but I think just a little bit thinner. Let me see. Okay, there we are. Okay, so let's take a look at that. Also, oh, I don't know. That's dangerous, Michael. Michael, what are you doing? Just wipe all that away and walk away. I mean, I think that's good. Okay, whew. Let's walk away, Michael, before you do anything crazy. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty happy with how that turned out. I could still brighten up the hair, but I think that's fine. You know, this shirt is maybe even a little bit brighter than his, but I think that's fine. I'm overall quite happy with how this turned out. Obviously, it takes time, but, you know, I'm sure he spent, you know, at least maybe 2 or 3 days working on mine, and mine's certainly not quite there, but it's, you know, for 4 hours of painting, not bad. Let's zoom in. And let's just so I just wanted to zoom in and take a look at the background. You can see there's a little bit more green in there than I have, but it's I've got it just not quite bang on, which drives me always a little bit crazy, but it's close enough. The hair, as I said, I could have had a little bit more highlights back in there. Let's just look at this side. So I got a little bit more of that green, but I think we want it to be even a little bit more red, especially as we get closer to his face. A little bit more pink. Not too bad. His forehead could be a little bit more rounded up there. Let's go around down here. So, pretty close. Obviously, mine's sort of just a quick little slapdash, get that together. But he also, you know, I think purposefully left this area much less finished so that we focus more attention on the face. Anyway, right? Pretty good. I mean, there's some nuance in the neck that I didn't quite get. I could have used a little bit of green in here. You know, the more and more you paint, the more and more you see. Let's go to the bottom right corner here. You can see there's his signature that down there. I'm not going to put that there, but you know, and if I had paid more attention, I could have got those locks of his hair in a little bit more carefully, but it is what it is. I could even have gone even darker down there too. And then let's just finish up with those two side by side. So my nose, or well, my version of Jesus's nose is definitely longer there. And that's the reason why is just because I was a little bit sloppy and I kept going further out. And once you've gone too far out, you're kind of stuck because there's no way that I could, you know, without really drawing attention to itself, fix this background, because the background is it's so unique, all those layers there. So that's why it's a little bit, you got to be careful. But I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but it's, you know, it could have gone in, we're talking just a fraction of a millimeter, but it does give it a slightly different look. His nose kind of curves in. Sallman nose version kind of is a little bit, almost kind of like, you know, it's got a slight curve down from above, whereas mine is very straight. You know, there's some obvious brush strokes in here that I don't mind that, but it's, you know, it's also, I should also say that these paintings are a little bit darker off camera. Like once the, you know, it's not quite as obvious as it might appear on camera. That ear, that could also just get a little bit darker. Okay. Yeah, I mean, they're just, all I can see is little things I would want to fix, but overall, I think everything's there. So, let's just zoom out one last time here. After I noodle with the painting for an extra few minutes. Yeah. Okay. Did one of those lights go out again? Thanks everyone for painting along with me, for watching. I hope you learned something. We'll see you guys in a week. We're going to do, was it AJ Kaysen? Another Group of 7 member, I think. I can't remember. My brain is melted. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you guys after the Christmas break here. I hope everyone has a wonderful Christmas, and you get to spend some time with the people that are closest to you. And this is an opportunity to be grateful for just being alive, for being warm, for having the internet to be able to watch a video like this. There's so many things we have to be grateful for, and I'm so grateful to have such an incredible community and such an incredible audience of incredible artists. I'm very, very blessed. I don't know what to say. Thank you so much, everybody. I wish you all the best, and we will see you guys after the break. Safe travels if you're going somewhere, and we'll see you again soon. Great night. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye, everybody.